Okay. Tweets tweeted, stuff posted, airbrush filled. We gotta get the brush itself ready. So I was looking at the primer we have. It's not a lot. I might actually have to order more. But until then, I basically need to decide my priorities. My priorities are the Defiler, the Rhino, the Predator parts, and the Mauler Fiend. And if I can get all of that done, that would be awesome. Or as Street Sharks would say, jawsome. The Knights parts and the Obliterators are secondary. I think I'll do Flow Improver. I also should probably, if I can, crank the PSI. But I was looking through and I was like, all right, well, what do I gotta... What do I gotta work on here? And it's literally just everything needs to be black and then gold. And that's it. Even the Knights parts just need to be black and then gold. I'm trying to figure out how we're gonna do this. I think I am gonna want to turn off the microphone because the microphone's a lot closer to the compressor now. So I'll keep an eye on chat. But we gotta basically just cut the microphone. So let me get started here. Sorry about that. Microphone's off. Yeah, the build for the Defiler is done. We're doing the paint now, along with a lot of the other paint jobs I need to get done today. We don't have a lot of primer left, so I'm trying to prime the core stuff I need for my Vashdor list first. We'll go from there. So the microphone's going to be off for a bit while I do the airbrushing, then we're going to wait for things to dry. We've got at least some of the first layer on the Defiler itself, but we're going to need to get back in there and work on it more. I needed to wait for it to dry though. So we're going to be in and out. I'll keep an eye on chat though. Be right back, chat. I gotta step away for a minute. Sorry about that, chat. I had to step away for way too long. Hate it when people come over here and they're like, oh, we need to talk for a bit. It's like, okay. Okay. We need to get back to this. I need this done. Because I'm so tired of the busy work side of things, man. I just want these projects to be over. I'm feeling the burnout. Like, I feel it happening. Where did I put the mask? There it is. Cause like I'm pushing a lot here to get this all done. It's obnoxious. All right, mask back on. Here we go. I think we're going to call the primer here. The problem with end-of-life primer is it's always so streaky. It always has like way too much like thinner in it because just it's the bottom of the primer container. So there's like just this always this issue of like, oh man, there's too much. There's too much thinner. There's too much of something bad in it, and it's like causes so many problems. We need to thoroughly clean this. And I had to step away, which sucks. I hate stepping away when we're doing primer day. I really do. What's up, Diver? Stepping away when doing primer to talk to someone is always the worst feeling. Technically, stepping away when doing anything airbrush is always a terrible feeling because you know that your airbrush is drying. Like, you know the inside of that airbrush is drying out. And you're just like standing around talking to people, and it's a miserable feeling, man. So let me clean this out a little bit. At this point, we just got to wait for some of it to dry, so we'll hang out, we'll talk. And then I got to get the gold going. I do have a bit of primer left, but the issue with that... Motorboat maneuvers. What's her name? Lol. Wait, what are you motorboating for? You doing fishing? Or are you doing like military stuff? Military training? Because you can do some wild stuff in motorboats. You do have to be licensed for a boat, right? Like, I'm pretty sure you have to be. Like, anything motorized, you have to be licensed for. Yeah, that way you can lifeguard, like, outside, right? Like, beaches and stuff. Ooh. trying to take my gloves off. I might actually just throw this glove out. This is like caked in frickin' primer at this point. Let me go do that. BRB. Unlimited engine power. It sounds so badass. We have so much gold to apply. I'm actually glad we got what we got done, because I've never really needed the obliterators. The obliterators are cool because it's 2 bases. This is very hard to screen for, because this, like, you gotta be everywhere. If you have a small pocket, these come in the pocket. That's why they're great. But they're also super expensive. And the whole reason I had them on my list of what I needed to take was because I didn't have a defiler. Because I think 2 of these costs the same as a defiler. Now I have a defiler. So we are in the money, as they say. So that's kind of cool, though. You gonna get into any of like the extremely fun stuff to do with motorboats and things, like wakeboarding? You do wakeboarding runs with people. I think it'll be fun. Yep. I think a good chunk of it's dry right now. But yeah, it is black primered. We gotta start working on the gold. Still a couple wet spots. We're waiting for just things to generally dry at this point. Oh no. Where'd this come from? There we go. So Tamiya struck again with this rhino. I don't get why it's not gluing back on, though. I hit it with a little bit of glue. Like, to me, it always feels like it kind of glues stuff, but not really. That's fun. So you're gonna be a lifeguard. Do you have like, what's the term for it? It's like game wardens. It's like people who kind of exist in areas where hunting and fishing and certain stuff is like legal and legal and specific. So that you actually have people who wear basically police uniforms, drive around and go like, "Hey, can I see your license? Hey, that motor doesn't look like it's, you know, legal for this lake or whatever." Like, you get to be one of those people? Think that's like something you could sidestep to? Can I check your fish storage? I want to see, make sure you're not keeping too many fish. So that's just straight up the police? Because I think we do like a two-stage thing here. Like, you can try to be like a cop, and I think you have to... I don't know if it's like an advanced training to then become like a game warden or like a reserve kind of person. Or if you have to like go specifically for that, and it's just different training, but similar like gear. Because I know the sort of like game warden people wear like green instead of blue, and they all have like very specific knowledge of the law in that area when it comes to like, oh, you can only hunt, how many tags you got, how many tags you put on a deer, you know, that kind of stuff. What time is it? Almost 12. If we get the gold down, it'll probably take about 45 minutes to get the gold down, but we still gotta wait for some of this to dry. Because I don't want to start the gold and then not be able to finish it due to some friggin' wet primer. Let me actually... Now that this is done... Let me get some just raw primer. Raw. Yeah, I'm gonna need new primer. Like, I can see the thinner when it comes out. You haven't seen Game Wardens? Yeah, I mean, I don't know the specifics of like how different countries do it, how different places do it. I feel like they try to keep it separate just because it is a boatload of extra laws to learn. You know, like what's a legal type of... There's like illegal fishing rods and stuff. Like illegal fishing lures. So, I don't, it's just one of those things. It's just too much extra to learn, maybe. Get the primer brushed on over here. Perfect. That's cool, though. So do you have like a lifeguard uniform or something that you have to specifically wear? Because like you say the word lifeguard, and I don't know if you've ever seen the show Baywatch, but like the first time someone says lifeguard to me, that's the outfit I think of. It's basically just like short swimming trunks, and then one of those like those red flotation devices. Let me actually clean this. This is getting a little full. My internet. My internet went down for a second, I think. That was weird. You gonna be hungry for power? Ah, crap, I gotta clean this up. How did this happen? Oh, there we go. All right, let's pop these out into the garbage over here. Dude, this is one of the coolest paint tools. That's not advertised as a paint tool. It's so perfect. Part of me wants to like suggest it to my local art store, which is kind of a chain. But yeah, these things. These are designed for people who have like basically ADD, like other forms of anxieties and stuff like that. Like social anxieties and just daily anxieties. And if you find that like you chew on your fingers or you twist your hair until it falls out, like little idiosyncrasies that get picked up just from anxiety. The whole point of this is to like, you know, pop through and then pop back out. And it's just like the act of keeping your mind active into something else other than like what's worrying you. But it's silicone based, which means you can put paint and stuff in it. And when you want to clean it out, you just pop it out. It's that simple. It's a brilliant little tool that was not meant for this. But works so perfectly. Come on, some of it's drying, most of it's getting there. The defiler is pretty close. I still see some wet parts in his like hip joint. This needs to kind of settle. It's still all very wet. That's really wet. Again, this is the issue with my primer getting close to the end. You can see it like physically when you look at the actual primer itself. So the way Stynylrez puts the primer together, their airbrush primers, is that they pre-thin stuff. They usually try to just make sure stuff is pre-thinned for, you know, their primer. So that on average, you can just put the primer in the airbrush and go. You don't have to actually thin it or flow improver it. That's the whole thing. The problem with it is primer and thinner don't want to stay together. So it's like oil and water type situation over time. So you have to kind of like mix it really well. And over the course of you using it, it will start to separate while you're getting it out of the bottle. So you have to pretty much hard mix it every time you use it. But even then, what's going to end up happening is you're going to get closer and closer to the bottom of the bottle. And it's like, for some reason, there's more primer particle, or there's more thinner particle than primer particle when you get closer and closer to the end, which starts to create swirling. Actually, I got to lower the PSUs on my airbrush for the gold, because I don't want to swirl the gold. Damn, diver. I feel like there's something you could do with that, right? Like more politics messages. I swear to God, my parents put my name on stuff. No, this is spam. Block and report spam. Freaking political messages. If most of this can get close to done, I think we'll be good. I feel like the Defiler is just about there. I feel like this guy's basically there. Yeah, he looks very, very clean. Pretty much no wet spots on him at all. But I feel like for Grey Knights, you could probably come up with a more interesting way of painting them, right? Like, to my understanding, there's something called like a chrome dip. How does that... I want to know how that kind of like works. There's got to be a way to paint it where you can do it in like a fun and weird way, right? There's a guy who goes to some tournaments. He's local. I haven't seen him at the store playing, even though he's part of that Discord. But I have seen him... I went to a tournament with him, and he actually has Chaos Knight or Imperial Knights, and he chromed them. Like he actually like chromed them, or he did some kind of like surface thing to it where he like electro chromed, or he did some kind of special paint thing to it. I feel like with Grey Knights, if there's a way to like dip chrome, right, where you could just dip it in and then pull it out and it'll eventually dry flat, which I think that's probably the problem. It's probably like a thick paint if you dip it. That'd be kind of cool, just to like put your whole army through the dip process and be like, done. Complete. Because God, they freaking Grey Knights have to look good in full chrome, right? I mean, hobbying for some people is part of the gameplay because they feel like the paint schemes represent what they're doing. I don't know. End of the day, I mean, if you're not looking to go to like major tournaments or something, it's not a big deal if you don't paint stuff. The main annoying thing for people is that if you have a ton of similar units, but like there's some units that are kind of different, it's sort of the visual economy of what's on the field, right? Like if I have two Chaos Space Marine type units, but one is severely different from the other, but they're very close in shape and silhouette, that gets a little annoying because it's like, well, which one's which? And paint schemes kind of get around that because you can usually paint like the shoulder colors on one squad differently. There's ways to pull that out. And then for a lot of other people, it also comes down to like when you have horde squads and they're different, there's like an element of that where you kind of want to be able to separate the horde squads, right? Like if I'm playing crazy sized orc boy squads and I'm running around the field with just giant hordes of orcs, I remember a long time ago that I had a couple horde squads. I can't remember what I was doing, but I remember having a couple big squads of units. So I actually painted an element on them like war paint. Like one squad had like white face paint, the other squad had like teal face paint. And it was just large squads. That was the one way I was like, all right, this is how you keep it separated. Because if you charge one enemy unit with like 3 squads of huge numbers of people, it becomes difficult to keep track of which squads are which. So it's just, I don't know, it's one of those weird things. I mean, is there someone local to you that paints stuff that you could probably get like a good price on to get them painted? Because that could be cool. I got people asking me about commissions. I got to secure one. There's like 4 people now who are like, I kind of want to get you to paint something. And I'm like, I kind of want to get paid to paint something too. So let's do a deal. Let's see what we can pull off here. Grab this glove, because we'll probably start the gold process. I might leave the mic on this time. I don't know. I notice when I don't talk that I look over and my concurrent viewer count goes to 0. God, it's been slow streaming. I gotta get more videos out though. It's annoying. Still, gotta get these projects done. And this isn't even the end of it either. I think next week, once most of this stuff's done, I'm gonna need to airbrush paint my my one Fate Skimmer, because I did a list. I actually put together a list for AOS that I'm like, I like this. Fate Skimmer's in it. He needs to be in it. He's like the perfect amount of points to fill it out to 2K. Technically, I have 4 characters in that list, and then 2 giant bricks of 3 giant bricks of demons. Because my whole point with that army now is that I need what I have on the field because I can resurrect stuff pretty easily. So I kind of want to like try some stuff with that army. And I think I've done it in a way where casting, I can tinker with casting so much now in AOS that I'm like, all right, I'm okay with this. Because I still hate the rules for Disciples of Tzeentch. I still don't like the direction the team went in, but like I'm not playing anything else, so I need to make the best of what I've got. Oh, an extra combat patrol for Grey Knights, that way you have the 2K total. I feel like you could, it sucks to say this, because I don't know when it's going to happen, but I feel like you could almost wait for the Codex. But, I mean, there's no murmurs going around about the Codex dropping anytime soon. Because if the Codex drops, usually that means you're getting a new combat patrol. And if the new combat patrol has some of the new stuff in it, or even a new battle box, I mean, there's a new battle box with that type of stuff. So, if there's new units coming, they're going to be in the battle box. And rather than get a combat patrol, you could just get the battle box. And then get new units for, like, the new rules. But, again, I don't know when that's happening. None of us do. I mean, there's rumors now about a new Thousand Suns armor, so the Thousand Suns Codex idea feels like it may be closer than we'd expect. Just don't know, though. I just don't know. All right, which one of these is open? Not this one. Yeah. It sucks that you didn't get it early because I think prices, although you're in a different country, I don't know if prices went up for your country. I think they went up pretty universally though. I tried to grab as much as I could before prices increased. You know, on a budget though, sadly. What up, Shammy? Because I got my Gene Stealers before prices went up, and I got my Neophytes from Amazon before the price increase hit them, because the Neophytes are now like $55 for the box, but I bought them on Amazon for like $46. And I needed the extra Neophytes to make my GSC work, because you now can't take 4 heavies and 4 mediums in a single squad. Or rather, you can't take 2 heavies, 2 mediums in a half-size squad, or like a regular sized unit. You can only take them in the full scale, which means most people built a bunch of little units with heavy weapons and stuff, and you can't use that anymore, which is like it's the most annoying thing ever, is when a list like that changes, when the game's just like, hey man, what we're gonna do here is we're gonna make it so your squad is now like unusable until you buy more models. And it's like, oh dude, why would you do this? Because for every squad you have now, you have to have 2 extra models on hand in order to play them. So I'm just gonna have to make a 10-man squad. All right, Defiler. But I got a lot of stuff before the prices went up. I'm basically done my Vastor list before the prices went up, which that's really good because those are tanks. You do not want to be buying tanks right now if you had the opportunity to buy them before. That's good. I feel like, locally speaking, a lot more people are going to start using War-Defiler more than Games Workshop at this point. Because, like, yeah, there's a few online storefronts in the US that are just people selling at a massively reduced price because it's a company that buys from Games Workshop, which means they already get the discounts. Then Games Workshop tells them, hey, you have to buy the product, like, you have to buy the product from us at this rate and then sell it at this rate. And then there's like something about the contracts that made it so a lot of companies could go like, okay, cool, but if I make an online shop, I don't have to because that's in the contract. And they were like, yeah, sure. And they were like, yep, cool, thanks. And then they just made online shops, and now they're selling everything online at like $5 cheaper than what Games Workshop's selling them for. And it just gives them huge benefits in like sales of these products. I bought Vastor off of War-Defiler for like $15 less than what he is. 15 or 20 actually. I think I might have got him for 20 cheaper, which is huge considering he's like an $100 model. Such a tiny freaking Demon Prince too. All right, here we go. Get some golden here. I lowered the PSU, or the PSI, so hopefully I don't just drain this in one go. I'm gonna need to record. So here we go with the recording. Probably should check to make sure that this was fine. Yeah. Well, okay, we've seen the numbers. Well, I've seen the numbers, rather. Let me up the PSI. Maybe it's too low still. There we go. Because I used to work at a video game store, and we were in an area that Games Workshop wanted to set up a storefront at, and we were like a mom and pop store. So they figured they could let me do that. They figured they could talk us in to like buying into their product, right? So they sent us to try to like sweeten the pot, basically. They sent us how much we would be selling the stuff for versus how much it costs to buy the stuff. Because, I mean, you do that to a store because you want them to buy your product. If they know they're going to be making a ton of money off of every sale, they want to buy in. So, like, I got to see my side, the friggin' business side of it for, like, a second. And it was like, oh, you could buy this tank from us for $15 and sell it for $60. And I was like, what? The gold's being a little weird. Yeah, same thing with me. Like, tomorrow I'm buying Fire and Jade from a local store. And then heading to a Games Workshop shortly after. Like, I'll buy stuff once in a while, because, like, Games Workshop stores are a hard concept. Like, they're weird. Right? Like, you view it kind of like, oh, it's a corporate thing, right? Like the store's corporate, so, like, it's gonna be around forever. You don't have to spend money at it. You can just go to it and play games. Not really, no. It's, the storefront itself is run like a retail store in a chain where if the store starts not doing well, then the people kind of, like, running the store are at risk. So to a degree, I do view buying some models from that store as sort of like a tax. Because that store is like one of the best central points for a lot of people in the area to play at. Because we've kind of managed to cultivate a decent scene at this store. Which some of you might realize, not the easiest thing in the world to pull off, right? There's sort of like a cross-section of the nerd culture of Games Workshop and Warhammer, of like sweat lords and just assholes. And I feel like we dodged that bullet, despite, as I've been saying to some people in Discord, or in, here, actually. I'm actually in an area of hyper-competitive 40k players. Like, there's a lot of them local to me who travel all over the country, and all over the world at times, to play in tournaments. And then they take, like, top spots with their armies. They do a lot with, like, meta work. They basically do stuff where they're pretty much just writing dissertations on how to win at 40K. And they're all local to me. So I'm out here fighting Titans. That's more of a representation on the type of people I'm fighting rather than the type of units. Just David and Goliath mode. And to my understanding, there's 3 stores in the local zoning of how to, of like where to go to play this stuff. Dude, I fought a guy who was like top 12 on a team that was mostly like positioned very well in the local scenes and international scenes. That team beat every other team at that tournament by so many points. Like, almost every round that they played, they had most of their teams 100 point someone. Like, to hit 100, hit max score as consistently as they were, freaking insane. That was crazy. I got max scored against. I mean, I was expecting it. I was new. But not only did I get max scored against, I couldn't, because we were playing differential. The idea is if you're going to get max scored against, you might as well get close to a max score yourself, right? Like, that's kind of the hope. Is that you're about to put up a decent enough score that the differential will be like, oh yeah, he got 100 against me, but he only technically scored 1 point for his team. And it's like, okay, that's good. At least you held your own. Right? No. No, he 100'd. He basically 100'd me. I had like 10 points. He got a full score. I'm gonna need more gold here in a second. Mauler Fiend. And then the guy behind me, like the guy I was on team with, the guy I play against a lot is top 400 US. He didn't even know he was top 400. He was just constantly playing games. He didn't really care. But because of things he's done at tournaments, like he's beaten big players. So he's been put up pretty decently in the placement on the app. And like he got shellacked that game as well. Like I turned around and I was like, I got basically 100 out. He was like, yeah, me too. Like we got stomped. We got put into the hardest to beat team at that tournament, round 1. Freaking insane. Oof. Look at that Mauler Fiend. Look at that shine. Oh. Oh, you love it, chat. I know you do. Look at that. Oof. Chromed out. Now the question is, do I want to do gold for these, or do I just want to dry brush them metallic? I mean, end of the day, these are probably going to end up being metallic. I'm going to hold off, because I think going bulk gunmetal on these is a better idea than making them gold like the rest of the model. These, however, will probably make the guns metallic, like the tip of the gun. But everything leading up to the tip probably needs to be gold. This is actually kind of not easy to do. Getting the tank properly covered. Yeah, our local store does really good. In terms of like new stuff. Like, I feel like most of the new players that go through that store, like me included, I'm a returning player, but I mean, at this point, if you're coming back into the rule set, you're a new player. Like, the rules are so different. I'm still unlearning a lot of bad habits from the older editions. But it's been a much better experience than what I probably could have expected at other stores. Like, apparently there's people who go... Like, these guys are further north than me, so they actually have a lot more stores around me, including some of the big tournament stores that are in the area. They can just go to them. Which is crazy to me. Like, I wish... I need to get back into doing tournaments, but, like, here we are basically painting stuff non-stop. Meanwhile, they're all going to be going to tournaments very soon. Running some crazy things. Okay. Why is it not coming out now? Don't clog up now. We're so close. We're so close to being done. I'm gonna hit it with some more PSI maybe. Freaking gold brick tank. There's always, you're gonna find those people. There's this group, they're like, I don't know how else to describe it. It's a little bit awkward for me because it's very clear that they've got like something going on, like upstairs, basically. Like it's very clear. And it's like, on one hand, it's like, I kind of want to like be accommodating still, right? Like I want to. They seem really interested, and it's always good to have an outlet, like that kind of stuff. But like, it's one of those situations where it's very hard to determine how easy it would be to like actually interact. They were one of the first people I met when I went to the store the first time, and it was this person that after they left, basically, I was told like, yeah, that guy comes here all the time. And it's actually kind of a little annoying. He comes in, he doesn't really buy anything. He tries to talk to people like he's about to get into the game, but then he just doesn't get into the game. And he started bringing people he knows from like his job over to do the same thing. And they seem excited to be talking to people. Which is like, oh yeah, that's cool. You know? But I think the last time every time he goes there, he always goes like, hey, can I ask your guys' opinion? Like he butts into games, like we're playing a game, and he'll walk over and just loudly be like, hey, can I ask your opinion? And his opinion is always, what should I play? Chaos Space Marines or World Eaters? That's every time he has a question, that's his question. Should I play Chaos Space Marines or World Eaters? That's been his question for the last year and a half. And we always tell him, World Eaters. Like, we at least oblige there a little bit. But then he starts talking about, like, what he's interested in, and it's like, alright, I can see you want... I get that you want a, like a conversation starter. And that's fine. But he started bringing in like a buddy of his from work who's like also a little off. And the other day he was there and he was like, oh, could we do the Mr. Tabletop rule? And we were like, what are you talking about, the Mr. Tabletop rule? And he's like, oh, Mr. Tabletop came to him in a dream, and he said everyone should be able to get one free hit and wound reroll. Is that like a rule we can do at the store? Like we can just make it a rule for the store. And everyone was like, why? What's going on here? And it was just like weird. Like vibes were weird. Like we're all standing around trying to play Spearhead. And this guy and his friend is just like constantly talking to us. On the one hand, it's like I don't want to be like the sweaty nerd that like gets angry at someone for having fun. But at the same time, it's just a little awkward. Oh, he's a flex nerd. No, yeah, that also gets annoying. At the weird tournament that I went to at the convention that I was at, and everyone that was at that tournament was new. I think the one kid that I played against at the beginning was just like, he wanted more to talk to me about like how fun the Imperial Guard are as like a lore army for him. Like he's one of those like military heads who's just super into military things. So every action we took, it was like he was trying to write a lore-based, a lore-based story as to like why his team would do that, like why his team would want to like go through with that attack or that change in position or something. And it was like, all right, man, I like that you're having fun, but these are 2-hour rounds. This is literally like, we are in the hardest possible like Dark Souls level frickin' tournament rules. I think you should probably, you know, focus on getting the mission done. Focus on trying to get to turn 4 as an Imperial Guard with 2-hour rounds, or 2-hour games. Like seriously, 2-hour games as an Imperial Guard player, get to end of round is impossible tier challenge. Oh my god, we are done the gold airbrushing. And we have 2.5 hours. Oh my god. I kind of want to start on this Defiler. What are we thinking, chat? I'm thinking we go Defiler. Almost everything that's green stuffed, except the stuff on his upper back, needs to be turned into flesh tone. So I'm going to need to get the white corrective out. I think the worst part about me right now playing is that I tend to vocalize what I want to do while I'm thinking about it. Like, rather than being the kind of person who can like keep it all internal and then like as your opponent is completing tasks, you sort of you sort of set a ladder in your head of like most important task to complete for yourself. Which, that's kind of what you want to do. Like, you should already be planning... Let me turn this off real quick. You should already be planning... Here, loud noise for everyone in chat. Preparation. You should already be planning your next turn while your opponent is completing theirs, right? Like, the fight phase is already going through, and you've already got the list of things you can do in your head. Like, it's already there. You already have the plan preset. The whole purpose of that is so that you can keep pace with the tournament to provide your opponent, as well as yourself, the most amount of time to achieve all of your goals to get to an actual end state of the game. Now, even though I've watched tournaments that kind of disprove that tournament play always wants to go to the final round. Like, I've watched big games between major players through channels like War Games Live, as well as like the Games Workshop main channel on Twitch and stuff like that. I've watched all of that. And I've watched those games go to like round 3 before they call it. And there's still like a ton of stuff on the field. There's still a lot to do. But they're like, oh, round 3, that's the end of the tournament. Or the end of this match, this round, I guess, overall. And it's like, wow. Like, I stopped feeling so bad about hopefully not getting to like turn 5, or not hopefully, but like accidentally not getting to turn 5. I played Knights at my first major tournament because I actually wanted to make sure that I could get to round 5. That was like the whole point. And meanwhile, my teammate was like, yeah, I got to like round 3 before the game was over, and it was a really close score. And I'm like, maybe I should stop aiming for 5. Because maybe the act of me taking less time than most to play is a detriment. Or I just start using my my chess clock, because I do feel like at some point during some of the games I've played that my opponent's taking 3 times the amount of time as I am. Which means somebody's taking advantage of my kindness. And I don't like that. I really don't like that. Oh, look at this. Look at that bad boy. He's so cool. Work on this one later. Yeah, you like it. I don't know. For some reason, when I vocalize my thoughts, I feel like I have a better moment, right? Where I make a better decision. Because I'll say it out loud, and then when I hear it out loud, my brain goes, that's a dumb idea. And then I go, oh yeah, that is a dumb idea. And then I see the better idea almost immediately after. And I'm like, oh yeah, we'll do that. Oh, he looks so cool. We're gonna have to like flatten some of this out. Some of the gold spotting. What's up, Goblin? Let me clear this. We actually got through the airbrush part today fairly quickly. Minimal need for me to reset and change my airbrush to get it to flow again. Which is good. That's the thing. When you're at a tournament and you're talking to yourself, I always talk loud enough that everyone around me can hear me, which always makes people think like I'm talking to them. And it's a trait that I'm like, ugh, I really shouldn't do this. But also, it's kind of important for me to do. Because I do feel like I make better decisions when I talk. Because when I keep it in my own head, it's always clustered with like ADHD thoughts, right? And ADHD thoughts is basically me sitting there like, I could really go back home and work on this painting that I'm doing. And like, meanwhile, the tournament's happening, and I'm trying to make a decision while that's just flying through my skull at the same time. Oh no, yeah. When the airbrush just works the whole time, you're good. There was only like a couple moments where I had to up the PSI because the particulates in the gold were too thick. It was causing some problems for outflow. We are good now. It's all still a little sticky. But that's why we kind of started with the defiler. That way the defiler could be closest to dry. Like I said, the idea is we're going to go around on all the fleshy bits, and I think we're going to do white correctives as like a starter. Because if I can get the flesh bits done today, that's like the bulk of the work. He's actually, the more I look at him, he's probably, fingers crossed, probably not going to be as much work as you would think. And then I got to remember to grab all my stuff for Spearhead tomorrow. And then on the way there, we're going to have to go pick up. I need to adjust this because he needs to be kind of center on the camera. Which, can I pull the camera out further? I can. Like all this like flesh mass needs to be painted white. That way I can go over it with Vulpes pink. There is no easy way to hold this model. Yeah, we grab my Fire and Jade box tomorrow. And then I do a video overviewing Fire and Jade, which will probably not do that well because everyone's already done their Fire and Jade videos. The thing is, I feel like a lot of the people who just, you know, got Fire and Jade early and then talked about it, this is still part of my interior mental process for content creation. I kind of don't like the notion of like just getting the product and then immediately being like, let me get a video together. I feel like you need to test it, right? Like you need to actually apply the rules, check a lot of different situations, and eventually you'll see kind of the overall path that the product is going to take. And just kind of like hopping on board and being like, oh, this is my thoughts on it, day one, is, I don't know if it's the best to kind of approach it that way. Because having played it a little bit, having thought about it a little bit, I see the negatives, I see the positives. And I know a lot of people were basically just coming at Spearhead with all positives. But Spearhead's definitely going to have the same problems that Combat Patrol did at the beginning with the whole, like, there's really not a lot of balance between the Spearhead patrols. There's some Spearheads that are just drastically underpowered. Some that are straight counters to each other. Like, it's not the best, and because of the lack of options, I can't be like, well, let me switch to this different Disciples of Tzeentch army, or Spearhead, that has, like, this different layout with these different leaders. So it still very much feels like if you choose wrong early, you're not going to have a good time for the longest time. As well, the maps being the size that they are emphasizes more on melee. But, like, there's kind of positive in that, and I wouldn't have really come to this as a conclusion had I not played as many games as I have so far, had I not watched as many games as I have as well. The notion of, like, yes, it's melee-centric. Yes, in larger scale, you're probably not going to be hit that hard early on. But because Spearhead is so melee-centric and it's so, like, rush down, it requires you as the opponent to have a contingency plan. You need to think on your feet in those situations as to, like, what you can do to positively impact your score. And that's a skill that needs to be learned for the larger scale game by possibly new players. So it is actually a good way to set the game up. It's just, I feel like without telling people that that was the goal, it might not feel good to, like, new players. To just be like, oh, I picked wrong. I picked the wrong Spearhead, and now I'm getting rushed down all day long, and I can't do anything. Let me look at chat, because you guys have been typing. I have 2 whole Gundams left from Kit Bash I did. Oh, cool. What's Fire and Jade? I think it's... I can't remember what it's actually called. I know it's something with Fire and Jade involved. It's Combat Patrol for Age of Sigmar. It's going to be the standalone box. That it comes with the Skaven Tide box or whatever that they released. But the standalone box is coming out tomorrow. I gotta grab mine on the way to the event. And I gotta remember to take my clippers and glue with me today. That way when I get to the event, I can pull it out of the box and then clip and glue it. All in one go. I also need to see if I have a spare, like, a card box on me and some card covers, because I know you have... I think it's standard. I think the cards that come in the box are standard and not European. I'm gonna have to double check, because I figure if I'm using it along with other people, I'd want them to be in covers. The combat, yeah, so we already went over that. Daemon X Machina is good mechanically. I think once you get to the end and you see, like, the end cycle, it's not as fun. Like, I do wish they were able to do more with it, because it actually had a good concept, I think. Kind of enjoyable. Alright, what else was said? Yeah, the new combat patrols that came out in White Dwarf. They came with cards Like, you could get the cards out of White Dwarf. I think I have the one. I have the Space Marine one. And the Tyranid one was kind of the big disappointing situation, because a lot of people thought that when there were pictures, I think, of what was going to be in the White Dwarf, and it showed like a Lictor and some Von Ryans, everyone was like, oh my god, the kill team. It's finally happening. And then they were like, here's the Combat Patrol. Here's the other Tyranid Combat Patrol. We know that when we launched Warhammer 40k's new edition, and we launched all the indexes, that we already gave them a new Combat Patrol, but we want to give them another Combat Patrol. Take that, kill team players who've always wanted a better standalone Tyranid kill team. Yeah, I think it's a good game. The other trick with Daemon X Machina is it's Marvelous. That's the company that put it out. Marvelous is garbage with their advertising. So a key thing, because my main job is basically working as an editor for YouTube, a YouTube channel rather. And you learn some stuff working in that position. You learn things like, hey, if a game's coming out and it's a Marvelous game, try to only use screenshots. And even then, it's not easily something you can utilize, because Marvelous is just weird as a company. So if you're going to talk about their game on YouTube, regardless of how you talk about it, positive, negative, doesn't matter, they universally get mad if you use assets from their game. Even if it's like gameplay you recorded, they still hate it. They would much rather you just not talk about their stuff, I guess. Because like anytime a good Marvelous game comes out and somebody goes on YouTube and is like, yo, I need to tell the world about Daemon X Machina. It's actually really good. We've always wanted like the next Armored Core, and FromSoft really wasn't putting it out at the time. This needs to be told to like everyone that this exists, because it is everything we've always wanted, right? It's so perfect. So you go to YouTube and you're like, I gotta show you guys something, and then you put up gameplay that you recorded from playing the game yourself, and you're like, oh, this will be perfect. And then you post your video up and it starts doing okay in its numbers, and then you get copyright stricken by Marvelous Entertainment themselves. Like, it even explicitly says Marvelous Entertainment is the company coming for you. And it's so weird. Exist for... Okay, hang on. If you could make a combat patrol like that... Oh, Thousand Suns. See, TS doesn't read to me as Thousand Suns because most people say K Suns instead. If you could make a combat... So, Thousand Sun combat patrol. Combat patrol needs less tanks. That's kind of a problem. Like, almost every combat patrol in existence just needs no tanks. So they can't have tanks, and that's an issue. Personally, I don't know. I don't know how I would play it. Because the issue is you have to think about playing into other teams, which there are tanks. There are currently tanks that exist. So it's very difficult to talk about how to balance it, especially when you have such a limited pool of characters. They do want you to use Battle Line, but if you use Rubric Marines as Battle Line, I think you can only use 2 5-man squads, which you cannot put in the box. That's actually a thing. You cannot put that in the box. So the question is, how do you actually play it out? I probably wouldn't go Terminators. That's too much power into a single unit that barely gets anything done for the amount of turns you have in Combat Patrol. I would say you would go a full-size squad of Rubric Marines, which is insane, but that would be it. That squad would probably be bolters, not flamers, to try to balance it a little bit. Or it would be half and half, because technically you can go half and half. It would be like 5 flamers, 5 bolters. You pick a leader. Honestly, it would probably end up being... I'd probably say they might go to an Exalted Sorcerer, because an Exalted Sorcerer in that squad, that's a devastating squad. Since if they keep his rules, he would resurrect units. And make them all have 4+ invulnerables. You would need something to be like kind of anti-elite in a way, but I don't know what you would go. This is where the issue comes into play. We don't really have melee. I would lean into like, being like, all right, you get a squad of Enlightened Zangors, but a squad of Enlightened Zangors without a leader sucks. Like, it's almost not even worth playing as. I don't even know, man. God, it's so hard. Because you can't build a combat patrol around the way that Thousand Suns are supposed to be played right now. And Thousand Suns are supposed to be played right now as get as many heroes as humanly possible onto the field and hope to God your opponent, if he gets assassinate, doesn't achieve his goal as often as he'd like. Because I think the Thousand Suns Combat Patrol would have to break the Combat Patrol general rule of only having 1 HQ. I think the Thousand Suns Combat Patrol gets 2 HQs. Minimum. Possibly 3. I think they maybe do like a Zangor Shaman with a squad of Enlightened with bows and arrows. Because that's a good mechanics unit that can also kind of like actually achieve goals in the game, such as killing models. Like, it's a good general unit at small scale combat patrol size because they're mobile, which is really good. They're not durable, which I think is balanced. They're not great at melee, also another balance. But they have a very strong thing that you need to be worried about, which is the ability to kill a leader out of a squad. So your opponent would have to position better than most into that army. I think Thousand Suns also suffer from the fact that our faction rule is Cabal points, and at combat patrol scale, you're not going to be able to spend anything on Cabal points. Like, it's just not happening. Not just Exalteds. Usually you want 3. It depends on your balance. I mean, if you're playing full scale, you want Magnus and Ahriman guaranteed. Because both of them work so well in the current index meta for the army that if you don't take them, you're wasting points. They provide good bits of Cabal points, as well as really good just general abilities for the army itself. That to forgo them is to basically ask for a loss. No, yeah, that's what I'm trying to think of. I feel like we don't get a new combat patrol until we get the index. Because we just need something else, man. Thing is, Cabal points, they're the faction rule. There's nothing you're doing about that. And they don't work at small scale. Literally, it's a faction rule that is worse at lower points values. Like, playing the game that I did, that was a reduced points cost game, as a Thousand Suns player, was just the worst idea. I don't think Thousand Suns work below 2,000 points. You lose too much below 2,000 points. The reality is, honestly, what they should do is just be like, hey, get a Magnus, and that's your combat patrol. Like, I don't know what else to go with it. Like, he gets sticky objectives, and we're gonna give you the ability to cast one thing off the Cabal points list for free with him. And like, that's the rule. Have fun. Because like, I don't know what else to do with that. Because they're not a good combat patrol. They just can't be. Everything about them is so RNG. Like, if they could pull the RNG out of that list, it would be an okay list. Like, seriously, if there are armies in combat patrol who get tons of points for not leaving their deployment zone. Do you know how crazy that sounds to say out loud? Like, they just get points for sitting in their deployment zone. Like, that's so easy. There's one army where if their leader is still alive by the end, you get like a ton of points all at once. Like, that's great for them. So why do I have to roll a D3 to see how many points I get if I get a psychic kill? I don't know. That just feels bad to me. The idea of I win or lose based on my rolls. Like, more so than most. Because winning or losing based on rolls, that's the game, right? Like, that's Warhammer. But you're adding an extra layer of win or lose based on rolls if you play Thousand Suns in Combat Patrol. There's just that extra layer of like, oh, I'm rolling poorly, which means I'm guaranteed to lose. I could roll well in this other thing. Like, I could roll well in shooting and saving. I could be the most durable and devastatingly powerful guy on the field, but I'm rolling poorly everywhere else, so I'm going to lose. Meanwhile, opponents only need to roll well in the shooting and saving department. They don't have to do that extra thing. Like, if I got 3 secondary points for every kill with a psychic attack that I did, I'd be okay with it. Because there's a problem. If you use your leader, right? If you use your main leader, and you're trying to get enough kills with him that you're not worried about what's about to follow up, and then you roll poorly, it's over. Like, if you don't get enough attacks on his D6 roll, it's done. Hang it up. Hearing cicadas outside, and when I hear them, I think to myself, this is the noise that this thing would make. That, like, weird cicada sound of, like, nee, 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 nee. I don't know. Spearhead is a little bit more balanced than what Combat Patrol was day one, but that's mostly just because that's how AOS rolls with its units. They didn't want to give you, like, really good units in your Spearheads, so they give you, like, kind of just the basic units. And that played in their favor. Meanwhile, over in Warhammer Land, some boxes have Dreadnoughts. And it's just like, oh, Jesus. The Orc box has a friggin' Death Dread. It's like, alright, I didn't know how we were gonna win here. This is no bueno. They had a reveal show? I didn't even know they had a reveal show. I wasn't paying attention. And they canceled it? Wonder why. Maybe they weren't ready. Well, was anything marked for the reveal show? Like, normally they'll tell you up in advance, like, oh yeah, this will be kill team, this will be 40k, this will be... Is it just like an AOS reveal show because AOS is coming out? And they would obviously want to tell people more about cool stuff with AOS. Get people hyped. No, yeah, that was the problem. Like, it's a Hellbrute with a Hellhammer and a friggin' las cannon. What do you have? You have Rubric Terminators. They suck in combat. Have fun. And the thing is, once you experienced the Thousand Sun combat patrol, you kind of knew how to handle it. Like, you knew how to hold off on your points, like your command points, so that, like, if you had a vehicle, you knew to spend those command points on tank shock into my Terminators. Because if you tank shock Terminator squad of 5, you're killing 2 Terminators on average. That's just happening. Nothing I can do about that. And then I just have an inconsequential squad on the field. Because it's down 2 units. What's it going to do? What are you going to do? Bleed on me? Okay, so was it a show or okay, so this was an internal thing. Okay, if it was an announced show, that's like, oh, that sucks. But if it's just an internal thing, this is something I've discovered but from dealing with like video game companies and everything. Everything's amorphous until it's announced. Like you can't look at any if they're getting like an email. If like Valrek's leaker is just handing him emails from Games Workshop, right? That doesn't really help that much because that's 9 times out of 10 like those are just amorphous concepts. And you can't rely on any of that information to be like, "Oh, well, this is going to lead to something else over here. This will be great." It's barely even something you need to care about. But I mean, the average human being, that's just not the case, of course. Because every little breadcrumb, every little tidbit is always a showing of what's going to happen, right? Like, oh, every little element that's been talked about is like, oh, we're going to see that in the future. We'll see that down the road. Even though, no, not necessarily. It's just a weird thing. So if it's like an internal memo that was like, oh, we'll try to put together a show, and then they were like, I mean, there's not really a lot to go on. I think we're fine focusing our energies on these things. It gets a nothing burger, basically. But rumor mill channels have to survive on being rumor mill channels, so you can't really fault them. The Kill Team Season 1 is, yeah, that's the one that's up in the air for me that I'm wondering about. Because if they don't announce a new season and instead announce a new rule set, will the new rule set just lead the season? I think that's like the best tactical way for Games Workshop to approach Kill Team at this point, is to basically announce the next season and be like, it's coming with a new rule book. The rule book uses everything that's already in the game. So it's like you're telling all the players who just ponied up or are currently thinking of applying some cash for some models, you're telling them that it's cool and that there's going to be an improved rule set that's like better written, more detail, more function, more understanding of like where positionings are. Like it's just better overall is coming because they like the fact that, you know, people enjoy the Kill Team rule set. That'd be great. That'd be the top tier. But we'll have to see how that works out, because that's my thing. And watching people at the local store start getting into Kill Team, oh, I need to get on that life, man. I need to get back to it. I like 40K, but skirmish games are where my bread and butter is. What's up, 30? Yeah, I know. Like everyone's talking about the next Kill Team season as like, oh, they're bringing verticality in. I've seen the subreddit people posting up the Orc Jump Pack boys and being like, let's do it. But that's the thing, right? So let's say it is Vespids, like the leak is. I mean, that's what everyone's pointing to. It's going to be Vespids. What if that is the beginning of the release of the new rules, where they more explicitly talk about fly as being like, look, it only gives you, it makes it so that any verticality you go into is 2 inches, right? That's what fly does now, is it's 2 inches to go up. Maybe they make it free to drop and it can drop from any height, but outside of that, there's still a cost, because having absolute freedom of movement has proven time and time again in Kill Team to just be way too broken. Teams with units that can fly tend to do a lot better than teams that don't, just because they have more options to like tinker with kind of the bad matchup type situations where the map is more designed with like walls and stuff that you can kind of get around using fly. Like going back and forth across a wall to perform tasks safely is obnoxious. Like if you've ever fought the Corsair army and they have that one blade person, there was a way with her when you put her on the other side of a wall that someone can't get to, and then you utilize her ability in like the following round where she gets picked up, she moves using the fly rule, which means she can go over the wall, goes next to the person across the wall, and then goes back to her original position and then performs a melee attack that cannot be responded to. Like, come on. Freaking Harlequins as a whole, of just like jumping in on someone, spending a command point to disengage and fall back after hitting them like once for a huge damage and then just vanishing. Like, oh my god. It's the worst feeling in the world. And now the Harlequins have had an adjustment. It's still kind of doable. It's still like in the cards that they could probably pull it off, but like it's a little bit harder, and I think that's important. I think that's very important going forward. So if Vespids are coming, maybe we do get the new rule set. The new rule set resets how Fly works to how the Harlequins work now for Fly. And we go forward from there. Onward and upward. All right, Diver. The Scions, though, bringing Scions back. I know they said they wanted to like refresh the Scion line because like they look kind of cool, but they also are a little off in terms of size. I think someone said here. Like they're just sized weird comparatively to like other guardsmen. They seem shorter or something. Music over. I think I gotta change the music. No, I do like. I do like how the Scions look. It's just like for me. So the Scions already exist. They already have their compendium version, which people keep claiming is like the best version of the Imperial Guard. People keep saying Kasrkin aren't great, and it's like, I don't know about that. The Kasrkin are pretty freaking amazing as a squad. Being able to control and manipulate damage is pretty powerful. I don't care who you think you are. Being able to be like, I think I'll max damage this is an extremely powerful ability that I don't think people fully respect. But also, the Kasrkin are a allied detachment of the Inquisitors. So is the new Kasrkin squad going to be the Inquisitor allies? Or is it only Compendium Kasrkin? I'm guessing it's only going to be Compendium Kasrkin. Unless the data slate comes forward and says otherwise. see what we got. Carmen overlooked in general due to how played 9th edition. I've seen some videos of people saying 9th was the best. Push the 10th route. I mean, I don't know why 9th edition would be the best. I mean, any edition for any person will feel like the best for those people. Like, it just depends on how they play. I mean, what do you mean retcon, though? The story-wise, I mean, things only really retcon, like, in the lore side. When you switch over between different rule sets, sometimes the rule sets will change drastically, sometimes they'll change minimally. And the rules changed fairly drastically between 9th and 10th because they wanted to, as far as I can tell, I don't work at Games Workshop, so I'm running mostly off of hearsay and guesswork. It seems like they want the game to feel more casual while still trying to be at least a little bit competitive because they need to try to expand their player base into a larger group of people. Because that's what a lot of companies are aiming to do going forward, because if you stagnate nowadays, numbers no longer go up, investors decide they don't want to stick around. It's a whole thing. It's obnoxious. I don't like how that's how the economy and the world works, but, you know. Oh well. I am not in a position of power. I don't get to change things. So the casualification of it, I think, fixed rules bloat. Rules bloat was a huge issue in Warhammer, from what I can tell, where they just kept like adding way too much crap. And the average player who knew how to play knew how to cut through all that crap, because crap is crap, regardless of how you word it or name it. So having a million rules for an army when people only really use like 2 was kind of meaningless. So it feels like they've tried to level that off and bring us to a situation where the rules are kind of more universal. Now, they haven't exactly achieved that. I will criticize them for, you know, wanting to do it but not quite doing it, I guess is the way I would put it. They've achieved some of the goals. They adjusted some of them to like negative directions. But from what people who run events have talked about, from that I've heard, again, grain of salt, because I am kind of still an outsider to this. But people who run events have talked about how events now seem like they're more packed with people. So they see more new faces. The veterans of the game have learned kind of what the adjustments are and how to like think about them. So a lot of the initial criticisms that those people had with the game are gone. And now they like what they're seeing. It's just change, right? People don't like change. It's very difficult to peel the Band-Aid off, and I think Games Workshop did an okay job at it, because if they did this, like in my opinion, if they did what they did for 10th, but didn't like re-index everything, if they literally made it so everything was locked behind a wall, you still had to pay for it, I honestly think that if they kept that system of just like, oh yeah, we want you to have to buy everything, you're stuck. I think that would have failed. I think they would have saw a drastic drop in people buying their products. I think it would have been a hugely negative thing for the overall brand with Games Workshop. So they either tactically did it well, or they got super lucky when they decided to do it the way they did it. And that luck has bled into other aspects of the games, such as AOS basically doing the exact same thing for its reassessing of rules. Like 40 unpainted cultists. So, but like I said, people hate change. Anytime something changes, it's always, oh, the last edition was better. I remember going to the store local to me when when I was starting up in Kill Team. And they had an event that I wanted to go to because I wanted to introduce myself to the people at the store and like meet people and kind of get into a local community so that I could, rather than having to like hope and pray that stuff happens, I could instead find people to be like, oh, you want to play? I might need to set up my camera. And if we can have a spot to play at when I have my camera set up so I can get a recording, that'd be great. Which, I mean, that still hasn't really happened. It's still a very difficult thing to do locally with, like, randos. Thankfully, they've been lenient enough at the stores and everything that when there's a tournament or an event and I bring my tripod in, they're like, yeah, you can set your tripod up and, you know, record games. Just, you know, try not to record faces. People don't really like that here. It's like, all right, yeah, cool. I mean, that was kind of my plan anyway. Most of the channel is about the models, not the people playing. The game itself. Force organization changes were huge as well. I remember that. They were kind of working their way towards it in 9th with some of the last releases that they did. The Arcs of Omen run. Arcs of Omen basically tried to be like, look, stop caring about Force organization. We want you guys to just play. Because, yeah, Force organization was getting out of hand. I was coming back from 5th, and I hated Force organization for its limits, but I understood those limits for like how to play, because if you're just all heavy supports in a game that was all about lethality, you would basically just win. So to have to force me to be like, I can't go all heavies, I have to actually take other units and think about the best way to build, it made the game a little bit more appealing. But then coming back in on 9th and seeing like all the different Force organization charts and finding out that you have to like pay points to be able to field different detachments. And I was like, oh man, I hate this. I hate everything you're telling me right now. And they did away with it. Arcs of Omen was like, here's your 1 detachment, have fun with it. So much easier to use. But like, what did those people say about 9th that they liked, that they preferred? Is it the one-shottiness? Because that was again, when I was getting into Kill Team, it was 2.0 that I was getting into. I never played 1.0. I decided to look back at 1.0 to see, because it was a thing on Reddit, was like, oh, 2.0 sucks, they should have stuck with 1.0. I hate that we can't build our teams like 1.0. I hate blah blah blah, I hate blah blah blah. And I was like, okay. So I started looking into it, and the more I looked into it, the more I realized like the freedoms that 1.0 Kill Team came with basically made it so that there was a very specific meta. It was a very specific meta. You couldn't really break the meta. You could only like take a chance at getting around it, and that's about it. And that, I don't like that. And 40k was in much the same boat in 9th. There was like a lethality meta of people basically gimmicking the command point system and everything. And I was literally watching games at 9th that were over in 1 player turn, not even round, player turn. In a single player turn, he would wipe out like 70% of the enemy forces on the field. And that was crazy to me. It's like, oh, that's pretty much what was happening back in 5th. Which kind of sucked, because every game that you played was basically down to your initiative roll. I didn't see they made a book. I know that they had the stuff online. But I was at the event for the Kill Team thing, and I was sitting there waiting for a player, and I was talking about Kill Team, and there was this guy there who looked up while I was talking about Kill Team, and he went, Kill Team 1.0 is better. And I looked him dead in the eyes, and I was like, what made it better? And he like didn't have an answer. Like it was his desire for the original thing to stick around, I guess. I don't know. Even that guy now has a Kill Team for the current game version. Like he just has it. He bought Night Lords, and now he's like, oh, I can't wait to play some Kill Team. And it's like, dude, welcome in, brother. Because what I've seen about people breaking down how Kill Team 1.0 worked is it's just like, oh, you take as many plasma guns as possible. That's why there's a player in Kill Team now whose online player name that tracks all his stats is Plasma Spam. It's literally a guy who's named after the thing that made Kill Team 1.0 playable. You would just Plasma Spam. So the fact that you can no longer plasma spam is, in my opinion, a positive. For some reason, not everyone feels the same way. They would much rather that be the way to play. I don't get it. And it's just like, all right, whatever. I don't care. At that point, you just play what you want, I guess. I gotta do this other arm. It's very much the same boat for 40k. What did you like about 9th edition? Was it that you could be done a game in turn 1? Is that it? Is that what you enjoyed? That you could go through all this time and effort to put together an army list, build all the units, get them all painted and tournament ready, so that in one turn they can all be wiped out? Was that your favorite part about 9th? Because that is so hard to do now. I'm not a good player in Warhammer 40k right now. There's so many things I need to figure out about how to play. Positioning, gimmicks, stuff like that. And I need to learn it all. I need to get better at it, and then I need to apply it. Just like the old days. But even I last until like turn 3 or 4. And I'm able to put up like a points fight too, up till turn 3 or 4. It's just like, once I get to the turn 3 or 4 state, I'm either in that moment, I have the momentum and I'm able to win, or a lot of my plays landed flat and that's it. It's over. I hit the gas pedal and it didn't work. The car backfired and now I'm dying. And that's just how it is. There's moments too where it's like, oh, I could technically recover this, or I could keep the points closer. And because of team-based matchups, which I still really prefer, as well as differential scoring, there is an element to it of being like, well, I've lost, but how badly did I lose? I only lost by a few points, which technically means we tied. Hooray! And it's just like a whole other realm. It's nice. It's just so much nicer. So much more appealing for new players, so much more beneficial for the brand as a whole to expand. But, you know, you'll still get the people who are just like, I hate that they left 9th. I mean, even in this chat alone, there's still a person who has a friend who doesn't want to go to 10th because they explicitly want a psychic phase, like a specific phase meant for psychic. They want that. That's why they haven't left. So they play 9th together all the time. I mean, you can still play 9th. There's nothing stopping you from playing 9th. But as a Thousand Suns player who was looking into playing 9th as Thousand Suns, I gotta tell you, the lack of a psychic phase, kinda awesome. Because all they did was seamlessly add all the psychic abilities into all the other phases. So there's advantages and disadvantages to having different abilities happen at different times. Because if you use a psychic ability after a move as opposed to before it, you can actually kind of position better. You can position in a slightly more safe way to deliver the spell, whereas in 9th edition, you had to hope that your positioning was good at the beginning of the round, which that's a lot more difficult to pull off. But like Exalted Sorcerers slow units down in the shooting phase. All they have to do is hit the target. That target is now slowed. Whereas before it was, target has to be within a certain range of you. You have to make the test. If it's ideal that you have to, you know, make this test or you're going to lose. And then you make the test and you're like, yeah, and then your opponent frickin' denies the witch and actually pulls it off. It's just like, oh, okay. Like, that's not a fun thing. Outside of, like, maybe narrative. But narrative's a whole other monster. I feel like I'm babbling. I'm so hyper-focused on trying to get the white paint where it needs to be. I want to try narrative too. Oh, I grabbed the mic. There we go. I wouldn't mind trying narrative. Our store occasionally has a narrative event. It's just the store itself doesn't want to run it because it is crazy. Like, you do need a dedicated group as well as person to manage a proper narrative event. Because all it takes is like one person in the event to just be like, I don't like that I lost that last game, so I'm picking up my army and I'm not coming back for this event. And it's like, you're an ass, dude. Like, that's all it takes. And no matter how much they try, no matter how like decent our local group is at like not being absolutely BS players, you'll get one. Like, it's just gonna happen. Someone you didn't expect is just gonna come forward and be like, you know what, I just don't have time for this anymore. And they're just like, is it because you lost? Is it because you rolled poorly on the wounds chart and lost like a key character? Like, that never feels good, but you got to be in a mindset, I think, for narrative. I was part of the narrative event of, like, I think it's, what, the third war for Armageddon? It was the one where Gazgul and his like, mech boy found out how to deep strike by basically thinking that if everyone stands on a pad in a ship, that they could be teleported anywhere within a certain range of the ship. So he was able to teleport legions of orcs onto Armageddon. So it was the current war of Armageddon. And I went to an event for it. I showed up late because my parents didn't like that I played Warhammer, so they didn't really care about getting me to events on time. The organizer was like, I think I can fit you in. I think I can, because, you know, he just wants people to play and have fun. So he was looking at the match play and for the movements and stuff that were happening in the event. And there was one guy who didn't get into combat for the round. So he was like, all right, I think what I'll do is I'll have you drop pod in this guy's zone, and you'll have to fight him for a piece of land. And I was like, okay, cool. So it's kind of like a mini event that I was showing up late. And in this game, you were given points every round to sort of have units on your side. And if they died in the match, they died in the game. But then, like, you could spend points to bring them back as well. So fodder units were actually really useful, because if you could actually do a lot of stuff and hold with fodder units, it was better, because that meant if they died out, you could just pay for them to come back pretty easily. Right? So when he summoned his Great Unclean One, which was his, like, this is me finishing you off so that, you know, that's it. It was basically me not being able to play the game. I was going to get one round in at the very least, and then knowing full well that I probably wasn't going to be able to get back there for the rest of the events. This guy basically was just like, all right, I'm going to finish you off with my Great Unclean One. And then I ran over with my Sorcerer, and I Touch of Chaos'd him. And I showed him what Touch of Chaos was. And we went down every element of Touch of Chaos for this moment. I was within range for it. I activated it. I used it. It required me to roll a 6 because the Great Unclean One's toughness was so high that it was above a d6 roll. So I had to roll a 6 to achieve it. And I did. And then he had to fail, I think, a 4+ invulnerable. And he'd failed. And that was it. He lost his Great Unclean One. Because Touch of Chaos doesn't care how many wounds you have. It turns you into a Chaos spawn. So I killed his Great Unclean One in a single go. He was beyond mad. What else we got over here? I got my wizard mech for half an edition. Now I have none that play. Are you talking about what are you talking about, Goblin? Are you talking about the frickin' Osiren? Or the Knight Abominant? Oh, you're talking about the Knight Abominant? So here's the thing with that. He has a spell, it's his aura. And you don't have to roll for it, it's always on. Not only that, but he has a targetable spell that forces a battle shock. You don't have to cast that either. It just happens. I think it happens at the end of the move phase. So he has spells. It's just you don't do them in the spellcasting phase. You actually do them at better timings. The aura being always on is great. And the battle shock, arguably, sure, not a good spell. It's just not good. But he gets to just do it. Like, he gets to do it in his, I think at the bottom of the move phase or the top of the shooting phase. It's one or the other. Which is really good, because that also means you don't need to preemptively, like, position to do it in your command phase. Which is basically your psychic phase. Which is, I think it's just better. It provides a lot better of a function. And you don't have to roll to cast it, and no one can deny the witch it. So like that's just my opinion though. I mean, if somebody wants to really roll a psychic phase test, I guess that's that, because you do get some cool results like what I just said with the Touch of Chaos, where you have like that epic moment of I had to pass the leadership to pull it off. This was before Deny the Witch was a thing. You just had to pass tests to use abilities. So I had to pass the test, I had to roll the d6. It was this whole sequence of events that needed to be flawless in order for me to kill the guy's Great Unclean One and make him angry. He was so angry. I'd be angry too, because back then that was a lot of points. He put a ton of points into his army in that one unit. That one unit was supposed to be the thing that he had on like the bottom border of his map to protect him. And I killed it. Outright. I just killed it. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. There was no way he wasn't going to be pissed off about that. Well, that's the thing. Enhancements work. I mean, picking and choosing spells always felt good at first until people realized there weren't a lot of choices. Not only that, but you couldn't really do the same spells twice outside of, what was it, Smite? Smite was the only repeatable one. So, like, picking and choosing spells was this weird extra layer of just BS. Because you had to kind of min-max what was on the field and what they had. Because you kind of wanted specific stuff. Which was also, yet again, another Thousand Suns issue. Because you wanted to make sure certain units had certain spells based on their movement. And it created, like, weird moments with the Cabal Point function back then. Whereas now, if I take 3 Exalted Sorcerers on discs, I have the ability to slow 3 squads. So I now have more access to some of the spells, whereas before I could only be like, oh, I only get to choose 1. That sucks. Now if you play Grey Knights, you get to use their weird, like, Super Smite ability with multiple librarians instead of just one. Don't even have to take a psych test. Can't be stopped. Happens at the top of your shooting phase, I think, or at the end of your movement. You can actually position better to trigger it. But I also get it. Death of adaptability is an issue with people. But list building on its own, I think Games Workshop never actually nailed list building. I know people liked it, but I don't think Games Workshop ever got it right. There were too many oddities in the list building process and the trying to min-max units. Because it used to be, what? That the units were, you had to take this minimum size squad. And then each model was the points, and you had to, like, plan the points individually, so there became this, like, weird situation of, like, oh, well, the best thing you can do for points is to take these in, like, 6-man units and then 1 7-man unit instead of, like, full 10s, and it was just people trying to min-max who you can shoot with, when, and why. And in the general hands of the public, full custom building probably would be fun. It'd probably be fun. Just general public, full custom list building, sure. But you get to the pedantics with that stuff, and oh my god. Enjoy just not having fun at anything you do. Because for them, it's all maximum efficiency. If you can't make a list that is maximum efficiency, they don't like it. And the problem with that is they could consider something, like they could get something to a point where they're like, this is maximum efficiency. But then you have like a weird list and it beats them. And it makes them so goddamn angry that they created something they thought was perfection and they lost to something that you made that they look at and they go, you shouldn't have had that list because there's no reason for you to have that list unless you were aiming to kill my list specifically. And it like does this whole weird BS thing with like the general group of people playing it. Makes it bad. There's still counterplay in 10th. A lot of people are leaning towards Horde, which means if I start leaning towards anti-Horde, I've sort of leaned into the counterplay. No, yeah, you're never going to get to a flawless... I don't think they're ever going to get to a flawless system. It's impossible at this scale. There's always going to be something not perfect with it, but that thing that isn't perfect is there to try to, like, prevent really bad stuff from happening. And I mean, all systems kind of have this. I know a lot of people for like other games talk big about certain games within them. Like a lot of people talk about like D&D and stuff and how awesome that is. But you get a pedantic person in D&D and it is one of probably the worst elements. I know there's mechanical ways to like negatively impact these people so that the DM can basically punish someone for being an asshole. Which is, I love that idea of just being like, you know what, you're a dick. Lightning bolt. I'm gonna drop thunder on you. But there's people I've seen who play D&D where it's not about the narrative, right? Like, it's not about building like a weird character that needs to like overcome its flaws and blah, blah, blah. Like, you're not actually trying to write like a good story. Instead, the way you're approaching D&D is you're playing a PvP game. And the person you're PvPing against is the DM. It's, like, you're literally trying to build an unkillable Godslayer in, like, 2 rounds. Like, you're trying to make it so, like, oh, I'm level 2? Cool. I double class into this. I take this thing. I've already min-maxed this out, and now I'm basically a god. Like, it's the people who look at stuff like... there was a Warlock thing, right? Where you can create an aura that slows people's movement down to 0 in the area. Like, you just lose all your movement when you're near them. And then you get this one ability that knocks people down. And when you knock someone down, they have to use movement to get up. But if you're within certain range of them, they can't get up anymore. And you just have this aura, and you can multi-target with the knockdown. So, like, you build a very early character who just straight up negates any possible thing that the DM could do. Like, you're just like, oh, DM, you want to move your character to get him to get back up so he can fight? Well, guess what? I've ruined all the mechanics. I just won in PvP against my DM. And the thing is, though, that what's cool with 10th is there's still, like, weird gimmicks, right? Even though they nerfed the armor strip that Thousand Suns get, there's still validity in my idea of taking an Abominant in Thousand Suns as an ally and then stripping armor off of targets. Because it's still AP2 on that gun. And that gun is like one of the strongest guns you can get, except for its AP. The AP on it is the worst you would ever want. It has great chance to hit, great damage, great number of attacks. It's just AP 0, which sucks. But if you can make your opponent suddenly have AP 2 as like a tied-in function, and then you shoot it with the Abominant, oh, it's such a cool concept. That's probably the part, though, that I don't like the most about 10th, that I was really hoping they would overlook, or they would adjust a bit. But like, I also get it for balance, because it is kind of crazy if you think about it. There's not a lot of comboing between factions. Like, if there's if you have an ally, there's very explicitly a lot of rules written that go, hey, that ally doesn't really get access to anything cool that your army does. Most of the abilities you have will be like, hey, an allied Thousand Sun gets this, rather than an allied unit. The benefit that this provides only affects Thousand Suns. Like, they're very explicit, because there were a lot of things back in 9th that were just like, if you went the right combination of units between main army and ally, it was horrifying. Oh, good job. What are you feeding your dog? You paying the cheese tax? Is that what's doing it? Paid your dog the cheese tax and now you're getting the revenge? I'm hearing vocals in this song, and I'm pretty sure I turned vocals off. Thanks, YouTube. Ugh. So much white corrective. Let's get some more recording. Behold the reason for the white corrective. Vulpus pink. The greatest of all demon flesh colors. Might need a bigger brush. Still a little wet down there. Well, yeah, I mean, there was, what, the dev build leaked or something? That's actually what happened. It wasn't just, like, the gameplay leak, it was just the dev build leaked. Which, some people were trying to figure out how much there was in the dev build, and it sounds like most of the story was in the dev build. Like, here's... If you don't want to see it, you're going to need to, like, mute keywords. Personally, I'm not expecting the single-player story to be anything, like, groundbreaking. Usually, 40K video games are very two-dimensional in their storytelling aspects. So, like, I'm not that worried, personally, for myself. I mean, they want to throw a curveball at me. They're going to tell me that Captain Titus was the reason why the Thousand Sons were there because he's their leader or something. Like, that's the moment where I'm like, what? It was all as planned. It's going to be a Space Marine doing Space Marine things. Pretty much the coolest thing that could happen in that story is if they do lean a little bit more into the Eldritch horror. Because as all of us know, because a lot of like the Cthulhu stuff, the Eldritch stuff is no longer like patent owned by one person. It's now public, whatever. Games Workshop's been a little bit more forward about the demons in its world being Eldritch. Like, that was kind of always what they were, but they couldn't say it. But now they can say it. With impunity. So it would be cool if it kind of expounded on that. There was a, I don't know if you, well, I mean, you guys probably have seen it. There's that one YouTube movie that was made by that guy. It was like a one-man team called Astartes. He put it out, and then he was like planning on putting out more, but then Games Workshop was like, yo, bro, you're really good at this. Rather than you do it and make us look bad, can we just hire you? He was like, hell yeah, bro. So he's kind of like their guy now. At the end of that story, the Astartes story, the Space Marine gets sent to, like, a weird place between, with all those giant corpses everywhere. It's like, dude, it's so cool. Leaning into the Eldritch side. Because there's that reminder that, like, yeah, it's sci-fi, but it's sci-fi mixed with Eldritch. Like, this guy in this giant suit of armor that's powered by a small nuclear reactor he carries around on his back can be sent to another dimension at any point in time where the laws of reality no longer apply. And that's, I don't know, that's something cool. That's just a cool little weird, fun thing. So if they finally get to touch a little bit more on that with a Space Marine, I think that'd be a good thing. Even though I still hate that the curse of the Warhammer 40k universe is that everything has to be about Space Marines. Sag. It's the same curse as the Star Wars universe needing to be about frickin' Jedi all the time. Cursed by success. Because they need to start exploring the extracurricular elements of the world. And since Thousand Suns are involved, it most likely means demons are involved. But if it ends up just being the same old BS where it's like, oh, they summoned a greater daemon of frickin' change. And it's like, okay. I just have to fight a giant bird? Okay. Am I not going to be sent to the other side? It feels like they do send you to the other side a little bit. Because the terrain starts turning like purple and there's like twisted rocks and stones flying around. So maybe they do. I'm just hoping the depiction of it is good. Because if it's just what we've seen so far, where it's just like, yeah, there's floating stones and stuff is kind of purple, I'll be like, okay. Cool, you had so much creativity to work with and you kind of ended on, let's just change the filter. Hell is just a purple Instagram filter. Crap. The spike fell off. I knew it was going to fall off again. I put in so much work to try to glow it. Oh, I found it. I'm going to have to touch all these up here. Fine. As long as we can get the pink fully down, I will touch up as much gold as I need to. Oh, that was gross as hell. I love it. Is that the one that the guy read out? I can never remember his name. It was a YouTuber. He like reads short stories. Occasionally, he's like a lore specific guy too. I already watched that one. It was okay. Or is this a different one? Because I know The Watcher in the Rain is supposed to be like one of the scarier like eldritch monstrosities, but I feel like the story that I heard under the pretext of that character didn't really feel like an eldritch horror story. Because it ended up being like the person that was they were trying to help get off the planet was like a bad person and it like killed someone, and it's like, all right, that's whatever. I got semi-hyped. I gotta keep track of my hype, you know, keep it in check. There was the Ahriman book that they were talking about on the Warhammer community page, and I was like, oh, cool, Ahriman stuff. But then the picture for it looked like it also involved a Dark Eldar. And I remembered that someone was talking about how at the end of one of the stories, there was like a Chaos Space Marine in the freaking webway. Like a Chaos Space Marine figured out how to get into the webway. And I was like, oh, this could be it. Because the core concept is that Ahriman wants in the webway to get to the Black Library so he can find the way to undo the rubric. And that was kind of the emphasis in like the general, I guess, title for the article. It was just like, hey, he figured it out. He is that much closer to getting his brothers out of the rubric. And I was like, oh, no way. And it involves like a Dark Eldar. This could be awesome. But it was actually like, I think it was a Dark Elf instead. It was like a whole other book. I got a little sad. So I don't know what that other Ahriman book's going to be. I was debating getting some audiobooks and just playing them while I get other stuff done. So I can try to start getting up on my 40k lore. Because there's really no other way to do it anymore. Like, trying to read the books at this point to get all the lore together is just like, yo, you're gonna devote a big chunk of your time to doing that. Like, good luck doing anything else. There's too much. It's not all good either. You're gonna be very disappointed with some of it. So the thing fueling me right now to finish this is the look on my opponent's face when I put this on the field. This is the nerd flex I like. This This is the moment. Sadly, I can't be complacent with it. Because I do have to basically... any tournament I go to, I'm going to have to, like, take a picture of it and send it to the friggin' TO? Yeah, TO. And be like, yo, can I use this? Something basic. I think it would be personally that I would want to like get the books going, because I feel like when you lean into people talking about lore, you get weird stuff. Like I've had people talking about lore where they'll talk about the War in Heaven, they'll talk about the original creators, right? And I remember one guy was talking about them, and he went, they made the orcs and the Tau, and I was like, wait a second. And that threw me off, because I was pretty sure that they made the orcs and the Eldar. And that they gave the Eldar the webway tech and all that. And then that was like a whole thing that made the Eldar kind of like the predominant power in the universe, until, of course, they debaucherized themselves into losing almost their whole population. I was pretty sure, like, that was what I understood, and to have this person be like, it was the Tau and the orcs that the originals made. And, like, I assume the originals made practically all the main races. Like, someone was talking about how they also made humans. And I'm like, I don't remember this. And then I went to the Wikipedia, and the Wikipedia was like, oh, they made the Eldari and the orcs, and that was about it. And I'm like, alright, so obviously there's some weird info floating around somewhere. Like, even the Wikipedia can't be trusted. Like, I don't know. So, like, watching a lore channel where they told me that the original creators made Tau and orcs, and, like, that's all they said. I was just like, I don't know if I can trust any of this. It kind of threw all lore channels into disrepute for me, because at any point they could just make something up or misinterpret something, and it's like, I don't know what's happening. I'm gonna be at a nerd convention, and I'm gonna say something out loud that I learned from this lore channel, and I'm gonna be friggin' drugged through the dirt because of it. So I'd rather just listen to the books and get the flat lore. I think the parts of the lore that I'm not really going to get is the codex lore, right? The stuff where the codexes over the generations added lore to the overall story, but then provided literally no exterior collected source outside of the Wikipedia. A Vegeta figure? I'm assuming you wrote Vegeta instead of Vegeti. Or maybe Vegeti's actually a thing. Ooh, Vegito. I think if I'm gonna open up on some audiobooks, it's gonna be... I'm gonna do the rubric ones first, since that's my people. They're my people. Clear a lot of that off. Because there's like the original book that talked about like Ahriman, and now there's this new one supposedly. I don't know. It's weird when I'm looking at like Games Workshop's website about books, because what I feel like a lot of time is happening is they're just reprinting the older books, but they're talking about them kind of like they're new. Because I feel like a lot of the big books that they've showed recently that have like really cool collector's editions and stuff ended up just being reprints of old books. Which made me kind of like a little off put, because if you're gonna push talking about a book a lot, I'm really hoping it's a new one. That way I can have like that next step of lore, as opposed to just being like, hey, remember that one book we put out? We changed its cover and we're putting it out again. It's like, oh, okay. I guess that's cool. People messaging me. Almost done my Ninja Turtles poster for the event coming up. I really got to push through. Tonight, I'm pretty much going to be just sitting down. I'm going to put on some GTA RP. And we'll be going ham on trying to finish that picture. I feel like my inking, there's a lot of trust the process stuff doing digital inking that is, it's not intuitive for me. Like the whole process leading up to where I'm currently at as an end state feels like I'm sort of like screwing myself over by just not producing things properly. Even the picture I've done that I'm like, I'm kind of okay with, I resized things. I tried to make things look normal, but now that like the inking's done, I'm looking at it, and every single one of the turtles I painted or I put together after Leonardo feel way too big by comparison. In my headcanon, though, I'm writing it off. Like, I'm okay with it. Because I'm just like, yeah, like, how cool would it be if Leonardo was really good with swords and was, like, the smallest of all the brothers? And, like, they chose him to be the leader. Because that's, like, just who he is. He's a natural-born leader, even though he's tiny. So I'm like, I'm okay with it. But still, in my head, I'm like, I'm also not okay with it. Because I was pretty sure I made them all very close in size. But because of the nature of digital and zooming in and out and doing all that, it just didn't work out that way. It'll probably do better here when I'm on my actual big monitor, so I don't have to zoom. But a key element in getting to a good spot for digital painting is trying to get over needing to zoom in and out of what you're working on, because you will lose scale doing that. And I hate that. I hate, like, feeling like my artwork is suffering because I'm just not getting the right scale down. Things are just not the right sizes. Which is weird in the aspect of digital art. Because digital art is one of the easiest to try to, like, get all the scale right. Utilizing 3D models if you need to. I don't know, it's just a weird thing. Oh, my back is killing me. Yes. I mean, it's not, I mean, people call it a toy, but yeah, no, it's great because it's silicone. And like when you're done using the paint, you can actually just pop through and it pushes it out. I've been trying like with my tablet when I work digitally to not zoom. Like if I can figure out a way to press buttons to like move the paper around and turn it easily, because on my tablet if I touch the paper with 2 fingers I can twist it, move it around and zoom. So usually when I touch the paper, I try to just turn it, but then the act of turning it brings my fingers together and it forces it to like zoom in and out, and I lose the scale and it gets really obnoxious. So I need to rebind some keys, I think. Sorry for the ping, just wanted to give you all a heads up about this note Craig posted. May the forces of chaos continue to conspire against me. Now the wretched hand of Nurgle seeks me from the point of task. I'm calling it a week, and we'll see what the next week holds. Keep an eye on Facebook. Sorry for the delay on this post. For some reason, it didn't post when I sent it this morning. Hey folks, remember we are closed. Uh-oh. Hope he's uh-oh. Oh, okay. So the other guy that works there as a stand-in will be there. Okay. Okay, that's good. No, yeah, the pop tray I like. Pop tray and wet palette at this point are top tier. I had the one where it's like a disposable plastic surface, and like I've tried to wash it to keep it from getting a little too overflowy with like random stuff, but like it never helps. I always end up having to throw that stuff out way too quickly. So chat, is there any war cry you guys throw out there whenever you roll dice? Like, is there a term or a phrase you yell? Either every time you roll dice or at key points where you need the roll to be good? What are your fun little nuances when you're playing the game and you want to feel like you're kind of in control of your own fate? Mine is to yell Chianti. I chuck the dice and I just go Chianti. And I've done it so much at the store that the store owner, who just took a vacation, went to an event somewhere else and played a game of Warhammer Underworlds there. He was playing, and then he rolled some dice and yelled Chianti. And the moment he did it, he was like, oh God, he's in my head. So I brainwormed a person. With my my rolling dice catchphrase. Feels good. Yeah. You don't go the full shuka blia. I just want to get the flesh tone done today. Oh god, it's almost 3. Oh, my phrase means nothing, as far as I know. It's, when I was a kid, we would find ourselves in, like, situations where we'd just, like, randomly yell things. And we kind of created, out of those elements, weird moments where, it's basically just terminology that was for our friend group. That just came from, like, hanging out and playing video games. So, like, I do not know where Chianti comes from. I'm pretty sure it must have come from somewhere. There has to be something I watched, a movie, a video game moment, where someone had to have yelled Chianti, and it maybe meant something in that moment. Like, it maybe actually was, like, a purposeful thing. But, like, that's lost to time, if it meant anything at all. One of the ones we used to yell as a group, which I might try to bring back. We would yell, "Oh, meat." And you're probably sitting there going, like, what the hell? And yeah, I agree with you. So there's a game called Dynasty Warriors, and my friends and I played it a lot. We played it all the time when we were kids. We loved the hell out of that game. We would crank the difficulty to full, and we would try to beat it on, like, crazy levels of difficulty, where you're basically getting, like, 2-tapped by frickin' archers. And it was really hard to play, and we loved it, because of the endless horde modes, and the heroes we played as, and just, like, having to do wild stuff to get through the matches at the hardest difficulty. And one of the ways to heal in that game is when enemy players drop food, or enemy characters drop food. One of the biggest and best food you can get from an enemy character was basically a leg of meat, like just kind of like a meat on a bone symbol. And it was like 3 in the morning when we were playing this game. And we were about to die. Like, we had no health. We were getting close to the end of the mission. But it was clutch. Like, everything we were doing was basically like, oh my god, the moment something goes wrong, it's over. And I had no health left. One of the guys I killed dropped the little drumstick. And I just screamed, "Oh, meat." And from that point forward, kind of like a little one of our group colloquialisms. What, just a paint a knight to put on display? I mean, I feel like if you're going to put a knight on display, you better have, like, a ton of bits to play with to, like, push it. A standard issue knight doesn't really look that great to me. Like, most of the knights you're just going to get that are flat. They're cool to play with. I mean, they're fine for just general models, but if you're going display, it better be because you have a massive collection of parts and you're thinking of applying those parts in creative ways to your knight. Kind of like my Castigator. If I didn't know that I was going to be doing all that stuff with the Zangors with my Castigator, I would not have bought the Castigator. I would have been completely fine with the Despoiler and, or rather the Flex one that I had that I used as a Desecrator. I would have been happy with him. I would have been happy with my Abominant. I would have been happy with my Tyrant and all of my War Dogs. That would have been fine. I would have been completely cool with it. Wouldn't have bought another Knight. But then when I saw the Castigator and I knew I had all those Zangor parts, I was like, yep, I'm getting it. Kind of like this, too. I was at the store that had the War Dogs that we're using here. And I had already looked at my bits here. So I knew I had all of these other components that I could easily use to make a Despoiler. So that was the whole reason I bought it. Because I kind of already know. Knights are fairly expensive. If you're playing them, they're actually not that bad. Because you don't need a lot. I think it's what? It's like, you can go 3 big Knights and like 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 small Knights. And that's a 2K army. That's actually not the worst. It's reasonable in price, if you think about it. It's not great. I mean, it's not really like competitive or any of that. Although there is a really good Chaos Knights player out there who actually utilizes a big Knight. Most people say you don't want to use large Knights, but he does. I think he uses it well because it's the Spear Wielder. The Spear Wielder is great at killing vehicles, but it's also able to give all of your units assault, which means your Brigands can like charge and shoot, and it's just good for them to get to positions they need to get to. That extra mobility. Armigers and Helverins. I think most people with the Loyalist side go the whatever has the autocannons, because the autocannons are really nice for you. They hit really well. My autocannons suck. There's too many things that need to be in place to make my autocannons worth using. I have a, I think it's one of the higher grades. I can't remember which grade it was. I have a Tall Geese over there. I built a few Gundams in the past. There was anime conventions that would go on near me. And one of the key elements to building the, going to the anime convention for me and my friends was that we would all pick out a Gundam model, probably day 2, and then night 2, we would basically be at the hotel room building them. And we'd just hang out and talk while building Gundams. It's kind of how we did that. So every time I went to the convention, I got a new one. And then there were a few moments in my life where I got to go to like cool places, and then we found Gundam models there. Like I went to Boston once for like a school trip, and we went to go check out the college. Like that was part of it because the college is kind of like a big, I guess, local history type, like a historical location type situation. And I found out while I was exploring there that there's this store that is pretty much just like fun stuff from Japan. Like that's all it was. It was this weird corner store that you had to find. It was you had to go up a bunch of flights of stairs, down an alleyway. Like it was out of the way, is what I'm pretty much saying here. And once you found it, it was pretty much like, hey, all we get is cool imports from Japan. And they had Gundam models for series that didn't exist in the US at the time. So that was really cool for me. So I picked up one of those. I think it was the Leopard. But it was like the old stuff before they started really getting crazy with how those models were like constructed and designed. So it was just, you know, simple. Knee joint, legs, a gun with a flip open missile launcher pack. And that's just it. But it was just, I don't know, it was a cool, it looked a lot like Heavy Arms, but it had a lot of differences to them. Because it was from like a more standard series, the Leopard was more of like a standardized suit of armor, I guess. What up, Brax? No, I don't still have that Leopard. That one got lost in a move, I think. The only real Gundam like model kit I have left at this point is the Tall Geese, because the Tall Geese is my jam. It is one of my favorite of the suits of the Wing series. It's one of my favorite elements of the story. The idea of this thing being a experimental suit where they push all of the limits to the highest end possible, which meant it was a standardized suit that could fight toe-to-toe with Gundams. I love that idea. But the pilot had to be like some crazy ass pilot who could withstand incredible G-forces and stuff. I love the Tall Geese. It was a great character in the fighting game too. The Super Nintendo Gundam Wing fighting game. He was the grappling character, but he also had great ranged potential. I think of all the Gundam models that I kind of wish that I had the, I guess, the money or the time to build, Dendrobium would be like my white whale, the one that I wish I got to paint and put together. I saw Dendrobium at one of the conventions I went to, and I was like, oh man, it was so expensive. I budgeted for that convention like $200. I think it was like 350 or something. Because it was still scaled the same. It was still scaled the same as like regular Gundam models. Let me do the servo, zoom in, because we're going to get moving here in a second. It was still scaled the same, and that meant that it was massive because there was like a Gundam model that was like regular scale in the middle of it, and then it was just this giant armor. Yeah, the Epion. That whole story was good because it merged the action with the political side of the Gundam series that I really enjoy. Because it was, he piloted the Tall Geese until he gave it up. Around the same time, the main character gave up the wing. for the Wing Custom, or like the Wing 2.0 or whatever they were calling it. Then they swapped suits because the main character at the time was piloting the Epion, and then Zex got his hands on the Wing, but then they were like, these aren't our suits, so they traded. And then you got to see the Tall Geese 2, which was piloted by the leader of the Earth Forces. That was probably one of the best moments in that series that really like stood out for me, was when God, now I'm trying to remember their names. It's been so long. The pilot of the Dragon Gundam was basically mocking the leader of Earth with the whole like, you just treat people as pawns and send them to war to die. You don't even care. And then he the Earth leader was like, he said over the radio, he was like, "Can you read me off the losses?" And his assistant read him every single name of everyone that died so far in that war, and he was like, "I think of them every day." Like he started talking about how he knew all the names of everyone that died, and he made sure to never forget them. And I was like, "Oh my god, that's fucking BA." That was like the ultimate comeback to a guy who had this opinion of a person and didn't fully understand like who they actually were. It was great. And then Endless Waltz, Tall Geese 3. So good. So good. Well, it is 3:10. I gotta start getting packed up. Oh yeah, the Relina kill. The best, dude, when Hero stepped out of the wing, when the scientists were like, "We'll give up, but we're not giving up the Gundams." And he stepped out of the Wing's cockpit and then pressed the self-destruct. He's like, mission accepted, and just pressed the button and blew up right there. I was like, holy crap. It was good. No, yeah. The Gundam story was really good for Wing. Leading all the way up through Last Waltz. Even though Last Waltz was kind of like a sidestep story. It was good. But yeah, Flesh Tones, Gold. We'll continue work on this next week. Hopefully we can get the Defiler done in a day or two. And then we can work on the Mauler Fiend, and then the Predator parts. And I think Warp Smiths are the only thing left, and my Vastor list is done. I'm gonna get some pictures. I'm gonna post them up. I'm liking this though. I am really liking where this ended up. And it's good that the priming went through well. But yeah, I gotta gather some stuff up. I gotta get ready for tonight and the rest of the weekend. And hopefully I will see you guys again Monday. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. It's good to see a stream actually. Like, I'm noticing you guys don't really pop in till like 12:30. So I gotta start thinking about that, because I didn't get to stream that late the other day and like no one showed up. It made me sad. Oh, the psychology of doing stuff on YouTube. Until next time, guys. Later.